They were erased from history, deliberately. 30 women so powerful the empire couldn't handle their legacy. One drew the borders of Iraq while men watched helplessly. Another survived being sold 7 times before destroying slavery itself. A mixed-race aristocrat influenced the judge who changed everything. Queens who murdered rivals, explorers who vanished into forbidden lands, a resistance leader so terrifying the British surrendered. The empire tried to bury these names. Before we begin our journey through these lives, if you find these historical narratives compelling, consider subscribing to our channel. We dive deep into history's corners, bringing you stories that inform, intrigue, and help you drift into peaceful sleep. And while you're here, leave a comment telling us where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you in London at midnight, Sydney at dawn, New York in the small hours? We love knowing where our community of night historians is scattered across the globe. Let's begin with the women who wore the crown itself, those who sat upon thrones and commanded empires. Elizabeth Tudor was born in 1533 into a world that didn't particularly want her. Her father, King Henry VIII, had broken with the Catholic Church, dissolved his marriage to Catherine of Aragon, and married Anne Boleyn specifically to produce a male heir. When Elizabeth arrived instead, the disappointment was palpable. 3 years later, her mother was executed on charges of treason and adultery, charges most historians now believe were fabricated to free Henry to marry again. Elizabeth was declared illegitimate, stripped of her title, and relegated to the uncertain position of a king's unwanted daughter. Her childhood was marked by danger and political instability. She watched as her father married and divorced, as he executed wives and advisors, as religious policy swung wildly between Catholicism and Protestantism. She learned early that survival meant keeping your head down, your opinions flexible, and your true thoughts hidden. When her younger half-brother Edward became king, Elizabeth remained Protestant. When her older half-sister Mary took the throne and restored Catholicism, Elizabeth outwardly conformed while privately maintaining her Protestant sympathies. During Mary's reign, Elizabeth was even imprisoned in the Tower of London, suspected of involvement in Protestant rebellions. She knew that her sister had the power to execute her, just as their father had executed their mother. But Elizabeth survived. She learned patience, political cunning, and the art of saying much while revealing little. When Mary died childless in 1558, Elizabeth ascended to the throne at the age of 25. England was in crisis. The country was religiously divided, financially unstable, and internationally weak. Many doubted whether a woman could rule effectively. Elizabeth proved them spectacularly wrong. Her reign, which lasted 45 years until her death in 1603, became known as the Elizabethan era, a golden age of English culture, exploration, and power. She established a religious settlement that tried to find middle ground between Catholics and Protestants, creating the Church of England that exists to this day. She surrounded herself with brilliant advisors like William Cecil and Francis Walsingham, but she made the final decisions herself. She was a hands-on ruler who read state papers, questioned her ministers, and kept control of policy firmly in her own hands. Elizabeth's greatest political skill was her refusal to marry. Throughout her reign, marriage proposals flooded in from princes and kings across Europe. Each suitor represented a potential alliance, and Elizabeth used the possibility of marriage as a diplomatic tool, dangling the prospect before foreign powers while never committing. Parliament repeatedly petitioned her to marry and produce an heir. She refused. She understood that marriage would mean sharing power, subordinating herself to a husband, and potentially dragging England into foreign wars. Instead, she remained single, cultivating the image of herself as married to England, the virgin queen wedded to her realm. This decision drove her counselors to distraction, but proved politically brilliant. It kept foreign powers hoping for an alliance, it prevented any king consort from wielding power in England, and it allowed Elizabeth to maintain complete control of her government. she crafted an image of herself that blended traditional feminine virtues with masculine authority, presenting herself as both mother and prince to her people. The defining crisis of her reign came in 1588, when King Philip II of Spain assembled an enormous fleet, the Spanish Armada, to invade England and restore Catholicism. As the Armada approached English shores, Elizabeth traveled to Tilbury to address her troops. There, wearing armor, she delivered one of history's most famous speeches. She told her soldiers that though she had the body of a weak and feeble woman, she had the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England, too. The speech electrified her forces. Combined with skilled naval tactics, favorable weather, and Spanish mistakes, the English defeated the Armada. It was a turning point that established England as a major naval power and secured Elizabeth's Protestant settlement. Under Elizabeth, English culture flourished. This was the age of William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, and Edmund Spenser. Theater thrived. English exploration expanded, with Francis Drake circumnavigating the globe and Walter Raleigh attempting to establish colonies in the Americas. The foundations were laid for what would become the British Empire, though Elizabeth herself would not live to see it reach its full extent. Elizabeth died in 1603, ending the Tudor dynasty. She left no children, having chosen power over family. Her reign demonstrated that a woman could rule as effectively as any king, that intelligence and political skill mattered more than gender. She transformed England from a weak, divided nation into a confident Protestant power beginning to look beyond its shores. The Elizabethan age remains a touchstone in British history, and Elizabeth herself endures as one of the most iconic monarchs ever to wear the English crown. Where Elizabeth defined an era, the next queen gave her name to an entire age. Queen Victoria ruled for more than 63 years, longer than any British monarch before her, and presided over the transformation of Britain into the world's most powerful empire. Victoria was born in 1819, the only child of Edward, Duke of Kent, who died when she was just 8 months old. She was raised by her mother and a controlling advisor, kept isolated from court and subjected to a strict system of education and supervision that became known as the Kensington system. Young Victoria had little freedom and no privacy. She slept in her mother's bedroom and was never allowed to be alone. Her childhood was lonely and oppressive, shaped by her mother's ambition and her advisor's desire to control the future queen. When her uncle, King William IV, died in 1837, Victoria became queen at age 18. One of her first acts was to remove her bed from her mother's room and insist on sleeping alone. After years of suffocating control, she finally had authority of her own. She proved to be a surprisingly capable monarch from the start, meeting with her prime minister daily, reading state papers, and taking an active interest in government. She might have been young and inexperienced, but she grasped the responsibilities of her position quickly. In 1840, Victoria married her first cousin, Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. It was a love match, rare among royal marriages of the time. Victoria was utterly devoted to Albert, and their marriage became a model of domestic virtue for the nation. Together they had 9 children, and Victoria gave birth to an heir within a year of marriage, securing the succession. But Albert was far more than a consort. He became Victoria's closest advisor, helping to shape her political views and involving himself in everything from the design of royal estates to industrial exhibitions to political reform. Albert's greatest achievement was probably the Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the specially constructed Crystal Palace in London's Hyde Park. This massive showcase of industrial technology and culture from around the world demonstrated Britain's technological supremacy and colonial reach. Millions attended, and the exhibition turned a profit that helped fund museums and educational institutions. It was a triumphant display of British power and innovation. When Albert died suddenly of typhoid fever in 1861, Victoria was devastated. She withdrew from public life, wearing black mourning clothes for the rest of her life. For years, she refused to appear at public ceremonies or open parliament in person. Her extended mourning frustrated her ministers and the public, who felt she was neglecting her duties. Gradually, though, she returned to public life, especially as new prime ministers like Benjamin Disraeli flattered and cajoled her back into engagement with her role. Victoria's reign saw Britain reach the height of its imperial power. When she became queen, Britain controlled significant colonial territories, but nothing like what it would possess by the end of her life. During the Victorian era, Britain added vast territories in Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. The empire became so extensive that it was said the sun never set on British dominions. In 1876, Disraeli arranged for Victoria to be proclaimed Empress of India, a title she cherished. She took a particular interest in India, learning some Hindustani and employing Indian servants, though she never visited the subcontinent herself. The Victorian age witnessed enormous social, technological, and political change. Britain industrialized rapidly, becoming the workshop of the world. Railways spread across the country. Cities grew explosively, bringing both prosperity and terrible urban poverty. Political reform gradually extended voting rights, though Victoria herself was quite conservative and resisted many changes. Working-class movements pressed for better conditions. The role of women began to shift, with the first stirrings of organized feminism appearing toward the end of her reign, though Victoria herself opposed women's suffrage. Victoria's domestic life influenced the nation profoundly. The Victorian era became synonymous with a particular kind of moral earnestness, an emphasis on family values, propriety, and respectability. This was partly Victoria and Albert's doing, as they presented the monarchy as a model of domestic virtue after the scandals of earlier Hanoverian kings, but it also reflected broader social changes as the middle class grew in size and influence, bringing with it its own values of hard work, self-improvement, and moral rectitude. By the time Victoria died in January 1901, she had reigned longer than any previous British monarch. She left behind a transformed nation, an empire that spanned the globe, and a family that had intermarried with royal houses across Europe, earning her the nickname Grandmother of Europe. Her children and grandchildren sat on thrones across the continent. She had witnessed the birth of photography, the telegraph, the telephone, railways, and electric lights. The Britain of 1901 was almost unrecognizable compared to the Britain of 1837. Victoria's legacy remains complex. She presided over an empire built on conquest and exploitation, yet she also embodied an era of tremendous cultural achievement and social progress. She demonstrated that a woman could hold the throne for decades and command respect internationally. After her death, the Victorian age passed into memory as a kind of golden era, though historians have long debated whether that golden glow was deserved or merely nostalgic fantasy. What's undeniable is that Victoria's presence shaped British identity for more than 6 decades, and her name remains synonymous with an entire age of history. While Elizabeth and Victoria are household names, Queen Anne often gets overlooked despite her crucial role in British history. Anne Stuart reigned from 1702 to 1714, and during her relatively short time on the throne, she oversaw one of the most significant political developments in British history, the union of England and Scotland into a single kingdom of Great Britain. Anne was born in 1665, the younger daughter of James, Duke of York, who would later become King James II. Her childhood was complicated by religion. Her father converted to Catholicism, which would eventually cost him his throne, but Anne was raised Protestant. This religious divide would shape her entire life and reign. Anne's life was marked by tragedy, particularly regarding children. She married Prince George of Denmark in 1683, a union that proved loving but heartbreaking. Anne became pregnant at least 17 times. Most of these pregnancies ended in miscarriage or stillbirth. Of the children born alive, none survived to adulthood. Her longest-lived child, William, Duke of Gloucester, died at age 11 in 1700. The grief of losing so many children affected Anne deeply, and the lack of a surviving heir created a succession crisis that dominated the politics of her reign. Anne became queen in 1702 after the death of her brother-in-law, King William III. Her reign coincided with the War of the Spanish Succession, a major European conflict in which Britain opposed French expansion. Under the brilliant generalship of the Duke of Marlborough, British forces won significant victories, and Britain emerged from the war as a major European power and took an active interest in the war, attending cabinet meetings and making key decisions about strategy and peace negotiations. The defining achievement of Anne's reign was the Acts of Union in 1707, which united the kingdoms of England and Scotland into the Kingdom of Great Britain. This was not a simple matter. Scotland and England had shared a monarch since 1603, when James VI of Scotland became James I of England, but they remained separate kingdoms with separate parliaments. The union was controversial, particularly in Scotland, where many saw it as English domination, but concerns about the succession, economic considerations, and political maneuvering on both sides led to the passage of the Acts of Union. On May 1, 1707, the two kingdoms formally merged. It was a watershed moment, creating the political entity that would go on to build a global empire. Anne's court was dominated by intense political rivalries, particularly between the Whigs and Tories, the two major political factions of the time. Anne herself was sympathetic to the Tories but worked with both parties as political circumstances required. Her closest relationships were with women, particularly Sarah Churchill, Duchess of Marlborough, who served as her Lady of the Bedchamber and wielded enormous influence over the Queen. Their friendship eventually soured over political disagreements, and Sarah was replaced in Anne's affections by Abigail Masham. These personal relationships had political ramifications, as both women represented different political factions and used their influence with the Queen to advance their allies. Anne's health declined significantly in her later years. She suffered from gout, obesity, and other ailments that made it difficult for her to walk. She was often carried in a sedan chair and was in considerable pain. Despite her physical suffering, she continued to fulfill her royal duties, meeting with ministers and attending to state business until shortly before her death. She died on August 1, 1714, at the age of 49. With her death, the Stuart dynasty ended. The throne passed to her distant cousin, George of Hanover, beginning the Georgian era. Anne was the last monarch of the Kingdom of England, and the first monarch of the Kingdom of Great Britain. The political union she oversaw would prove remarkably durable, lasting for more than 300 years and forming the foundation of the British state that built an empire spanning the globe. Now we turn to the monarch who reigned longer than any other in British history, surpassing even her great-great-grandmother Victoria. Queen Elizabeth II came to the throne in 1952 at the age of 25 and reigned for more than 70 years until her death in 2022. Elizabeth Alexandra Mary was born in 1926, the first child of the Duke and Duchess of York. She was not expected to become queen. Her uncle, Edward, was heir to the throne, and it was assumed he would marry and have children. Elizabeth's early childhood was comfortable and relatively private, spent mostly with her younger sister Margaret, educated at home by tutors. Everything changed in 1936. King George V died and Edward became King Edward VIII. But Edward was in love with Wallis Simpson, an American divorcee. The government and church opposed their marriage, and Edward faced a choice between the crown and the woman he loved. He chose Wallis, abdicating after less than a year on the throne. The crown passed to Elizabeth's father, who became King George VI, and 10-year-old Elizabeth suddenly became heir presumptive. The abdication crisis shaped Elizabeth's understanding of duty and responsibility. She saw how her uncle's choice to prioritize personal happiness over royal obligation had caused a constitutional crisis and thrown the family into turmoil. She saw how her father, who had never wanted to be king and struggled with a severe stammer, nevertheless accepted the burden and worked tirelessly to fulfill his duties. These lessons about duty and service would define Elizabeth's own approach to monarchy. Elizabeth's teenage years coincided with the Second World War. She remained in Britain throughout the conflict, refusing suggestions that she be sent to Canada for safety. At 18, she joined the Auxiliary Territorial Service, training as a driver and mechanic. It was the only time in her life she was treated relatively normally, working alongside other young women. After the war, she married Philip Mountbatten, a Greek and Danish prince who had served in the Royal Navy. Their wedding in 1947 was a moment of celebration in an austere, war-weary nation. They had 4 children: Charles, Anne, Andrew, and Edward. In February 1952, Elizabeth and Philip were on a royal tour in Kenya when word came that King George had died. Elizabeth immediately returned to Britain as Queen. She was crowned in June 1953 in a ceremony broadcast on television, bringing the ancient ritual of coronation into the modern age. Millions watched as the young queen took her vows, the first time most people had seen such a ceremony. Elizabeth's reign spanned an era of tremendous change. When she became queen, Britain still had a vast empire. By the time she died, that empire had almost entirely dissolved, replaced by the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of independent nations. The process of decolonization accelerated during the 1950s and 60s. India, the jewel in the imperial crown, had already gained independence before Elizabeth's accession. During her reign, dozens of African, Asian, and Caribbean territories gained independence. The empire transformed from an imperial system into a more cooperative commonwealth of nations. Elizabeth navigated this transition carefully. While she had no power over decolonization decisions, which were made by elected governments, she worked to maintain positive relationships with newly independent nations. Many former colonies chose to retain her as their head of state, becoming Commonwealth realms. Others became republics, but remained in the Commonwealth. Elizabeth took the Commonwealth seriously, visiting member nations repeatedly throughout her reign and working to strengthen ties between diverse countries spanning every continent. Domestically, Elizabeth's reign saw Britain change dramatically. The deferential society of the 1950s gave way to the more questioning, informal culture of later decades. The monarchy faced increasing scrutiny and criticism, particularly during the troubled marriages of Elizabeth's children. The 1990s were particularly difficult, with the divorce of Charles and Diana, a devastating fire at Windsor Castle, and persistent questions about the monarchy's relevance and cost. Elizabeth called 1992 her annus horribilis, a horrible year. But Elizabeth endured. Her approach to monarchy was characterized by consistency, discretion, and an unwavering sense of duty. She avoided expressing political opinions publicly, maintained her dignity even when circumstances were difficult, and simply kept going. She met with prime ministers weekly throughout her reign, from Winston Churchill to Liz Truss, offering the perspective of someone who had seen 70 years of political change. She became a symbol of continuity in an era of rapid transformation. By the time Elizabeth died, in September 2022, at the age of 96, she had become the longest reigning British monarch and one of the longest reigning monarchs in world history. She had witnessed the end of the empire and the digital revolution. She had seen humanity land on the moon and the invention of the internet. She had met presidents and prime ministers, dictators and democrats, celebrities and ordinary citizens. Through it all, she maintained the same basic approach. Fulfill your duty, keep your opinions private, and serve your country. Elizabeth's legacy is that of a monarch who successfully adapted an ancient institution to modern times. She presided over the transformation of a colonial empire into a voluntary commonwealth. She maintained the monarchy's position even as society became more democratic and less deferential, and she demonstrated that power in a constitutional monarchy comes not from issuing commands but from consistent, quiet dedication to duty. The Britain she left behind was vastly different from the one she inherited, but the crown remained, adapted but enduring. Before Elizabeth II came Elizabeth I, there was another powerful queen who fought to claim what she believed was rightfully hers. Mary Tudor, known to history as Mary I, or Bloody Mary, reigned from 1553 to 1558. She was England's first crowned queen regnant, the first woman to successfully claim the English throne in her own right. Mary was born in 1516, the daughter of Henry VIII and his first wife Catherine of Aragon. For the first years of her life, Mary was Princess of Wales, heir to the throne, but everything changed when Henry became obsessed with securing a male heir and with Anne Boleyn. Henry sought to annul his marriage to Catherine, claiming it had never been valid because Catherine had briefly been married to his deceased brother. The Pope refused to grant the annulment, so Henry broke with the Catholic Church, declared himself head of the Church of England, and married Anne anyway. For Mary, this was catastrophic. She was declared illegitimate and stripped of her title. She was separated from her mother, whom she never saw again before Catherine's death. She was pressured to acknowledge that her parents' marriage had been invalid, which would mean accepting that she was born a bastard. For years, Mary resisted this pressure, but eventually, isolated and threatened, she signed documents accepting her father's position. It was a humiliation she never forgot. Mary remained Catholic even as England officially became Protestant. She watched as her father executed those who refused to accept his religious changes. She watched as her half-brother Edward, son of Jane Seymour, became the precious male heir. When Henry died in 1547, young Edward became king and England moved further toward Protestantism. Mary was allowed to hear Catholic Mass privately, but she lived under constant pressure to conform. When Edward died in 1553 at age 15, a plot was hatched to prevent Mary from inheriting the throne. Powerful nobles, led by the Duke of Northumberland, proclaimed Lady Jane Grey, Edward's Protestant cousin, as queen. But Mary refused to accept this. She raised support in East Anglia and marched toward London. The country rallied to her as the rightful heir. Within days, Jane Grey's support collapsed, and Mary entered London in triumph. She was crowned queen in October 1553. The first woman to be crowned queen regnant of England. Mary's reign was dominated by her determination to restore Catholicism to England. She believed that the break with Rome had been a terrible mistake, and that England's troubles stemmed from its abandonment of the true faith. She reconciled England with the papacy and repealed the religious legislation of her father and brother. Then she began persecuting Protestants who refused to conform. Over the course of her 5-year reign, approximately 280 Protestants were burned at the stake for heresy. These executions earned her the nickname Bloody Mary and poisoned her historical reputation. Mary's other great goal was to produce an heir. She married Philip of Spain, son of Emperor Charles V, in 1554. It was an unpopular match. Many English people feared that England would become a Spanish satellite. Mary's own counselors worried about foreign influence, but Mary was convinced the marriage was necessary. She desperately wanted a child, both for personal reasons and to secure Catholic succession. Twice, she believed herself pregnant, but both turned out to be false pregnancies, probably caused by illness. She never had children. The marriage to Philip also dragged England into war with France, Spain's enemy. England lost Calais, its last continental possession, a humiliating defeat that Mary took personally. Her reign, which had begun with such hope and popular support, ended in disappointment. She died in November 1558, probably of uterine or ovarian cancer, at age 42. The throne passed to her half-sister Elizabeth, who immediately began reversing Mary's Catholic policies. History has not been kind to Mary. The Protestant martyrs who died in her reign were memorialized in John Fox's Book of Martyrs, which portrayed Mary as a cruel tyrant, but modern historians have tried to understand her in context. She faced enormous challenges as England's first queen regnant. Many doubted whether a woman could rule effectively. She genuinely believed she was saving England's soul by restoring Catholicism. And she suffered personally from the humiliations of her youth, from a loveless marriage, from the inability to have children. She was England's first crowned queen, blazing a trail that made it easier for her successors, even if her own reign is remembered darkly. Moving back in time, we encounter Eleanor of Aquitaine, one of the most powerful women of the medieval period. Eleanor lived from approximately 1122 to 1204, and during her extraordinarily long and eventful life, she was Queen Consort of France and then Queen Consort of England, mother to 2 English kings, and a political force in her own right. Eleanor was born into the highest aristocracy, the daughter of William X, Duke of Aquitaine. Aquitaine was one of the largest and wealthiest duchies in France, and when her father and brother died, Eleanor inherited it at age 15. She became one of the most desirable brides in Europe, not for her person, but for her vast territories. Within months, she married Louis VII of France, who had just become king. She was Queen of France at 15 years old. Eleanor's marriage to Louis was not happy. They were very different people. Louis was pious and cautious. Eleanor was more worldly and adventurous. She accompanied Louis on the Second Crusade, an unusual step for a queen consort. The crusade was a disaster, and rumors spread about Eleanor's conduct. The marriage produced 2 daughters but no son, which was problematic in an age when male heirs were essential. After 15 years, the marriage was annulled in 1152 on grounds of consanguinity. They were too closely related. Eleanor retained Aquitaine. Within weeks of the annulment, Eleanor married Henry Plantagenet, Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou, who would soon become King Henry II of England. This marriage was for love as well as politics, at least initially. It also dramatically shifted the balance of power in Europe, as Henry now controlled vast territories in France through his own holdings and through Eleanor's Aquitaine. When Henry became King of England in 1154, Eleanor became Queen of England. Eleanor and Henry had 8 children, including the future kings Richard the Lionheart and John. For the first decade of their marriage, Eleanor was active in governing, particularly in administering Aquitaine, but the marriage soured. Henry took mistresses, most notably Rosamund Clifford, and eventually Eleanor and Henry's relationship broke down entirely. In 1173, Eleanor supported a rebellion by her sons against their father. It failed, and Henry imprisoned Eleanor. She spent the next 16 years in comfortable but confined conditions, allowed some freedom, but essentially held captive. When Henry died in 1189, their son Richard became king and immediately freed his mother. Despite being nearly 70, Eleanor became active in politics again. She helped govern England while Richard was away on the Third Crusade. When Richard was captured returning from the crusade, Eleanor worked tirelessly to raise his ransom, traveling across England to collect funds and negotiating with Richard's captors. When Richard died in 1199, Eleanor supported her youngest son John's claim to the throne against the rival claim of her grandson Arthur. Even in her late 70s, Eleanor remained politically active. She traveled across her domains, helped put down rebellions, and worked to secure John's position. She died in 1204 at age 80, an extraordinary age for the medieval period, at the Abbey of Fontevraud, where she had retired in her final years. Eleanor's life spanned almost the entire 12th century. She was queen of 2 kingdoms, mother to 2 kings, and grandmother to several more. She wielded real political power in an age when women were expected to remain in the background. She patronized poets and artists, making her court a center of culture. She was a survivor who adapted to changing circumstances, from powerful queen to prisoner to elder stateswoman. Medieval chroniclers didn't always know what to make of her, sometimes praising her, sometimes condemning her as overly ambitious or immoral. But they couldn't ignore her. Eleanor of Aquitaine was simply too powerful, too active, and too important to overlook. The transition from queens who wore crowns to women who wielded power in different ways brings us into a fascinating realm of the British Empire. These were women who may not have sat on thrones, but whose influence shaped colonial policy, social reform, and the daily lives of millions across Britain's vast overseas territories. They were the wives of governors and administrators, the social reformers who sought to change colonial societies, and the educators who believed they could transform the empire from within. Their stories are more complicated than those of queens, often revealing the contradictions and complexities of imperial power itself. Flora Annie Steel arrived in India in 1867 as a young bride, accompanying her husband, who served in the Indian civil service. She would spend the next 22 years in the Punjab, and during that time she became far more than just another colonial wife passing time until her return to Britain. Steel involved herself deeply in Indian life, learning local languages, studying Indian culture, and taking on responsibilities that were unusual for a woman of her time and position. Steele's most lasting contribution was probably her writing. She published numerous books, both fiction and non-fiction, about India and Anglo-Indian life. Her novel, On the Face of the Waters, about the Indian Rebellion of 1857, became a bestseller. But perhaps more influential was The Complete Indian Housekeeper and Cook, which she co-authored with Grace Gardner. This book became the Bible for British women living in India, offering advice on everything from managing servants to dealing with the climate to maintaining British standards of living in what the authors viewed as a challenging environment. The book reveals much about the mindset of the Mem Sahibs and the complex power dynamics of colonial India. Steel and Gardner advised British women to maintain strict discipline with their servants, to never show weakness or uncertainty, and to uphold British standards as a civilizing influence. The tone was often condescending toward Indians, reflecting the racial hierarchies of the time, yet the book also acknowledged the real challenges that British women faced in India, from unfamiliar diseases to isolation from family to the difficulties of managing large households with limited resources and communication barriers. Steel was unusual among Mem Sahibs in the extent of her involvement in Indian affairs beyond her own household. She took an interest in women's education, establishing schools for Indian girls and advocating for educational reforms. She served as an inspector of female education in the Punjab, one of the few official positions open to women in the colonial administration. In this role, she pushed for expanding educational opportunities for Indian women, though her vision of education was filtered through Victorian British values about what women should learn and how they should behave. Steele's attitudes toward India and Indians were complex and often contradictory. She respected many aspects of Indian culture and believed that British people in India should learn local languages and understand local customs. She criticized British people who remained ignorant of Indian culture and who treated Indians with casual cruelty. Yet she also firmly believed in British superiority and in the civilizing mission of the empire. She thought that British rule was good for India and that Indians needed British guidance to progress. These contradictory attitudes were typical of many colonial reformers who genuinely cared about colonial subjects while still viewing them as inferior and in need of European direction. After returning to Britain in 1889, Steel continued writing and became involved in the women's suffrage movement, though her views on women's rights were also complicated. She believed women should have more opportunities, but within certain bounds. She opposed radical feminism and maintained traditional views about women's primary roles as wives and mothers. Her life and work embodied many of the contradictions of empire, combining genuine engagement with colonial societies with deeply paternalistic and racist attitudes. Steel died in 1929 at the age of 84. Her books continued to be read for decades, particularly her Household Management Guide, which shaped how generations of British women approached life in India. Modern scholars view her work as an important historical source for understanding colonial aspects, even while recognizing its problematic aspects. She was a woman who exercised real influence within the colonial system, using her writing and her official positions to shape policy and attitudes, even while remaining firmly committed to the hierarchies and prejudices of her time. Emily Eden presents a different face of women's power in colonial India. Unlike Flora Steel, who went to India as a young wife and immersed herself in colonial administration. Emily Eden was already 40 when she accompanied her brother George Eden, Lord Auckland, to India in 1835. Lord Auckland had been appointed Governor-General of India, the highest British authority in the subcontinent, and Emily and her sister Fanny went with him to serve as his hostesses and companions. Emily Eden was born in 1797 into an aristocratic and politically connected family. Her father had been a diplomat and politician, and Emily grew up in circles of power and privilege. She was well-educated, witty, and observant, with a sharp eye for social dynamics and a talent for writing. When her brother received his appointment to India, Emily was unmarried and living a comfortable but somewhat purposeless life in British society. The opportunity to go to India offered adventure and importance that her life in Britain lacked. Emily's 6 years in India, from 1836 to 1842, gave her a unique vantage point on the highest levels of colonial administration. As the Governor-General's sister and hostess, she presided over grand social occasions, met with Indian princes and British officials, and traveled extensively across northern India. She kept detailed journals and wrote lengthy letters to friends and family back in Britain, and these writings provide a fascinating window into elite colonial society. Emily's writings reveal her to be intelligent, sometimes critical of British policies, and capable of appreciating Indian culture and people. She described Indian architecture with admiration, enjoyed Indian music and dance, and formed friendships with some Indian women from aristocratic families. She was more sympathetic than many British people to Indian perspectives, particularly regarding her brother's disastrous decision to invade Afghanistan, which ended in the catastrophic British retreat from Kabul in 1842. Yet Emily also reflected the casual racism of her class and time. Her letters and journals are filled with dismissive comments about Indians, descriptions that emphasized their supposed childishness or backwardness, and a fundamental assumption of British superiority. She enjoyed Indian culture as a spectacle, as something exotic and entertaining, but she never questioned the right of Britain to rule India or suggested that Indians should govern themselves. Her criticism of colonial policies focused on whether they were practical or cost-sensitive, not on whether the empire itself was just. Emily's role as hostess to the Governor-General gave her real influence, even if it was informal and exercised through social rather than official channels. She helped manage her brother's image, organized social events that brought together British officials and Indian princes, and offered her brother advice on political matters. Lord Auckland valued her judgment and often discussed policy with her. In an era when women were excluded from formal political power, Emily exercised influence through her relationship with her brother and through her position at the center of colonial society. After returning to Britain in 1842, Emily edited and published her Indian letters and journals. Up the Country appeared in 1866 and was well received, offering British readers a glimpse of India through the eyes of someone who had been at the highest levels of colonial administration. She also published novels including The Semi-Detached House and The Semi-Attached Couple, which were light social comedies set in British society. These novels were popular and showed her talent for social observation and wit. Emily lived until 1869, dying at the age of 72. She never married and spent her later years living quietly in British society, her Indian adventure becoming an increasingly distant memory. But her writings ensured that her observations and experiences would be preserved, providing historians with valuable insights into how elite colonial women viewed India and their role in the empire. She was neither a social reformer like Flora Steele, nor a political figure in her own right. Her power came from her position, from her family connections, and from her ability to observe and record the world around her. She represents a type of colonial woman whose influence was real, but exercised subtly through social networks and personal relationships rather than official positions or published manifestos. Fanny Parks presents yet another variation on the theme of British women in India. Born in 1794, Fanny Parks, as she was originally named, went to India in 1822 with her husband, who worked for the East India Company. She would spend the next 24 years in India, and unlike many British women who spent their time recreating British society in colonial outposts, Fanny threw herself into experiencing India as fully as possible. Fanny was adventurous and curious in ways that shocked many of her contemporaries. She learned Hindustani and Persian. She traveled extensively, often without her husband, which was considered quite scandalous for a British woman. She attended Indian festivals and ceremonies, visited temples and mosques, and made friends with Indian women. She collected Indian artifacts, studied Indian history and culture, and generally behaved in ways that other British residents found eccentric and improper. Her great work was Wanderings of a Pilgrim in Search of the Picturesque, published in 2 volumes in 1850. This massive travel narrative recounted her experiences in India, describing everything from tiger hunts to visits with Indian princes to pilgrimages to Hindu holy sites. The book was lavishly illustrated with her own sketches and paintings, showing Indian architecture, landscapes, and people. It was part travel narrative, part cultural study, part personal memoir, and completely unlike the typical accounts written by British women in India. Fanny's attitude toward India was more genuinely curious and open than that of most British residents. She didn't just observe Indian culture from a distance or as a curiosity. She participated in it, learned about it, and recorded it with detail and care. Her book contains descriptions of Indian religious practices, social customs, and daily life that are valuable historical sources today. She interviewed Indian people about their beliefs and practices, recorded their stories, and tried to understand their perspectives. That said, Fanny was still a product of her time and class. She believed in British superiority and never questioned British rule over India. She viewed Indian culture through a fundamentally British lens, often describing Indian practices as quaint or primitive, even when she was trying to be appreciative. Her openness to Indian culture had limits. She was shocked by practices she found immoral or uncivilized by British standards, and her descriptions could be condescending even when she meant to be complimentary. What made Fanny unusual was not that she transcended colonial attitudes, she didn't, but that she engaged with India more fully than most British women of her class did. Most Mem Sahibs spent their time in India recreating British society, socializing with other British people, maintaining British customs, and having as little to do with Indians as possible beyond managing servants. Fanny actively sought out Indian experiences, learned Indian languages, and tried to understand Indian culture. She exercised a kind of power through her writing, shaping how British readers understood India, though that power was limited by her audience and by the colonial framework through which she viewed everything. Fanny returned to Britain in 1846 and spent her later years preparing her manuscript for publication and living off her husband's pension. She died in 1875 at the age of 81. Her book, though initially popular, was largely forgotten for many decades. Scholars rediscovered it in the late 20th century, recognizing it as an important historical source for understanding both India in the early 19th century and British attitudes toward India. Fanny Parks was never politically powerful in any formal sense. She held no official positions, commanded no resources, and influenced no policies directly. But through her adventurous spirit and her detailed recordings of Indian life, she created a body of work that preserved aspects of Indian culture and gave British readers a more complex view of India than they might otherwise have received. The story of Edwina Mountbatten brings us forward to the 20th century and to one of the most dramatic moments in British imperial history, the independence of India. Edwina Ashley was born in 1901 into wealth and privilege. Her maternal grandfather was Sir Ernest Cassel, a German Jewish financier who had become one of the richest men in Britain. When he died, Edwina inherited a vast fortune. In 1922, she married Lord Louis Mountbatten, a member of the royal family and a rising naval officer. Edwina and Louis's marriage was complicated from the start. They were both strong personalities, both attractive and charismatic, and both had affairs throughout their marriage, but they remained married and developed a deep partnership based on mutual respect and shared interests, particularly in humanitarian work and progressive politics. Edwina was not content to be merely a society wife. She involved herself in charity work, particularly focused on healthcare and welfare services. During the Second World War, Edwina threw herself into war work. She held important positions in the Red Cross and the St. John Ambulance Brigade, overseeing medical and welfare services. She worked tirelessly, often putting in 18-hour days, visiting hospitals, organizing supplies, and managing complex logistics. She earned respect from military and civilian authorities for her competence and dedication. By the end of the war, she had been appointed Superintendent-in-Chief of the St. John Ambulance Brigade and had received numerous honors for her service. In 1947, Louis Mountbatten was appointed the last Viceroy of India, tasked with overseeing the transfer of power from Britain to the independent Indian government. Edwina accompanied him as Vicereine, the highest-ranking British woman in India. It was an enormously difficult and important role. India was heading toward partition, with mounting communal violence between Hindus and Muslims. The situation was volatile and dangerous. Edwina formed a close relationship with Jawaharlal Nehru, who would become India's first Prime Minister. Their relationship was certainly a deep friendship, possibly a romantic affair, though exactly what happened between them remains debated by historians. What's clear is that they worked together closely during the partition crisis, with Edwina often serving as an informal channel of communication between Nehru and Mountbatten. She helped bridge cultural and political gaps, used her relationship with Nehru to facilitate negotiations, and worked alongside him to address the humanitarian catastrophe unfolding as millions of people were displaced by partition. When partition happened in August 1947, creating the independent nations of India and Pakistan, communal violence exploded. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed in horrific massacres and riots. Millions became refugees, fleeing across the new borders. Edwina worked day and night during this crisis, visiting refugee camps, organizing medical care and supplies, trying to alleviate suffering. She traveled to areas of violence, sometimes at personal risk, to assess conditions and coordinate relief efforts. Indian leaders and ordinary Indians alike praised her dedication and compassion. After independence, Edwina maintained her connection to India and to Nehru. They corresponded regularly until her death. She continued her humanitarian work, taking on important roles in international relief organizations. She traveled the world for various causes, always working at an intense pace that worried her friends and family. Edwina died suddenly in 1960 while on a relief mission in North Borneo. She was only 58. At her request, she was buried at sea, and the Indian Navy sent a frigate to participate in the ceremony, an unprecedented honor. Nehru was devastated by her death and spoke movingly about their friendship and her work. Edwina Mountbatten wielded power in several ways. As Vicereine, she was the highest-ranking British woman in the Empire's most important colony at a crucial historical moment. She used that position to influence events, facilitate communication, and provide humanitarian relief. Her relationship with Nehru gave her informal political influence at the highest levels. Her wealth gave her independence and the ability to support causes she believed in, and her tireless humanitarian work earned her respect and authority in international relief circles. She was never an elected official or a formal policymaker, but she exercised real power through her positions, relationships, and personal dedication. Elizabeth Fry represents a different kind of power, that of the social reformer who changes society through moral persuasion and persistent advocacy. Born Elizabeth Gurney in 1780 into a wealthy Quaker banking family in Norfolk, she grew up in comfort and privilege. As a young woman, she experienced a religious awakening and became a Quaker minister. unusual for a woman but possible within the relatively egalitarian Quaker tradition. Elizabeth married Joseph Fry in 1800 and had 11 children. Despite the demands of a large family, she involved herself increasingly in charitable work, particularly focused on the poor and imprisoned. In 1813, she visited Newgate Prison in London and was shocked by the conditions she found. Women prisoners, including those awaiting trial and thus legally innocent, were crowded together in filthy conditions with their children. There was no separation between serious criminals and minor offenders, no work or education, nothing but squalor and despair. Elizabeth began visiting Newgate regularly, bringing supplies and organizing the women prisoners. She established a prison school for the children. She introduced work programs so the women could earn money and learn skills. She organized the prisoners themselves to help maintain order and cleanliness. She pushed for reforms like separating prisoners by the severity of their crimes and providing proper supervision by female staff rather than male guards. Her work at Newgate became famous, and she began to be consulted by prison authorities and government officials about prison reform. Elizabeth's influence extended far beyond one prison. She traveled across Britain, visiting prisons and advocating for reforms. She gave evidence to parliamentary committees. She formed associations to promote prison reform and to support discharged prisoners. She corresponded with prison reformers and officials across Europe, and even in Russia, where Tsar Alexander was interested in her methods. She published reports and pamphlets outlining her ideas about how prisons should be run. Her approach was based on several principles. She believed prisoners were human beings, capable of reform, not simply criminals to be punished and forgotten. She thought prisoners should be treated with basic dignity and provided with education and work opportunities. She advocated for classification systems that separated different types of prisoners, for female staff to supervise female prisoners, and for programs to help discharged prisoners reintegrate into society. Many of these ideas seem obvious now, but were radical at the time. Elizabeth's work extended to other causes as well. She was involved in efforts to improve conditions for the mentally ill, who were often treated with shocking cruelty. She worked to establish libraries in Coast Guard stations. She advocated for nursing reform, helping to establish the Institution of Nursing Sisters, which trained nurses and provided nursing care to the poor. Her work in nursing reform influenced Florence Nightingale, who built on Elizabeth's foundation. Elizabeth's power came from her moral authority and her persistence. She was a respected Quaker minister, which gave her standing in Quaker circles and access to wealthy Quakers who could fund her charitable work. She was articulate and persuasive, able to convince skeptical officials and politicians that reforms were both morally right and practically beneficial. She was willing to spend years patiently advocating for change, visiting prisons, writing reports, and lobbying officials. And she was famous enough that her visits to prisons attracted attention and put pressure on authorities to maintain decent conditions. Her influence extended throughout the British Empire. Colonial authorities consulted her or her writings when establishing prisons in colonies. Australian colonies, which received transported convicts from Britain, implemented some of her ideas about prison management. Her advocacy for proper treatment of female prisoners influenced policies across the empire. She never held an official position in government or colonial administration, but her ideas shaped the development of prison systems throughout British territories. Elizabeth died in 1845 at the age of 65, worn out from years of exhausting charitable work. She was widely mourned, and her funeral was attended by thousands. Her legacy was substantial. She had demonstrated that a woman working from outside formal political structures could influence policy and create lasting change. She had improved conditions for thousands of prisoners and helped establish principles of humane treatment that gradually became accepted standards. And she had shown that moral reform movements could be effective tools for changing how society treated its most vulnerable members. Mary Carpenter represents another type of social reformer who influenced the empire through her work in education and child welfare. Born in 1807, Mary grew up in a progressive household in Exeter. Her father was a Unitarian minister who believed in education and social reform, and Mary absorbed these values. She became a teacher and opened her own school, but she became increasingly interested in the problems of delinquent and neglected children. In the 1840s and 1850s, Mary established a series of schools and reformatory institutions for poor children in Bristol. She opened Ragged Schools, which provided free education to children too poor to attend regular schools. She established reformatory schools for young offenders, trying to rehabilitate them rather than simply punishing them. She opened industrial schools that taught practical skills to poor children. Her institutions were based on the idea that children could be reformed through education, kindness, and useful work, rather than through punishment and harsh discipline. Mary's work brought her into contact with government officials and prison reformers. She began advocating for legislative changes to improve how the justice system dealt with juvenile offenders. She pushed for separate facilities for young offenders, rather than housing them with adult criminals. She advocated for rehabilitation programs, rather than purely punitive approaches. Her advocacy contributed to the passage of several important laws, including the Reformatory Schools Act of 1854 and the Industrial Schools Act of 1857. Which established government funding for institutions like those she had pioneered. But Mary's influence extended beyond Britain. In the 1860s, she became interested in education in India. She made 4 trips to India between 1866 and 1876, visiting schools, studying educational systems, and advocating for educational reforms. She was particularly interested in women's education, believing that educating Indian women was essential for India's progress. She gave lectures, wrote reports, and lobbied both British colonial officials and Indian leaders about educational policy. Mary's approach to education in India reflected both progressive and paternalistic attitudes. She genuinely believed in the importance of education and in the potential of Indian children. She advocated for secular education that would be open to children of all religions and castes. She thought education should be practical and relevant to Indian conditions, rather than simply imposing British curricula. She established connections with Indian reformers who shared her interest in education and women's rights. At the same time, Mary viewed education as a civilizing mission. She believed that Western education would improve Indian society by replacing what she saw as backward customs and superstitions with modern, rational thinking. She thought British rule was beneficial for India, and that education would help Indians appreciate and cooperate with British administration. She worked within the colonial framework, never questioning British rule itself, but only debating how that rule should be exercised to improve Indian society. Mary's advocacy influenced educational policy in India. Colonial officials consulted her reports and sometimes implemented her recommendations. Her work helped establish networks of reformers, both British and Indian, who advocated for educational expansion and reform. She helped legitimize women's education, arguing that it was not only morally right, but practically beneficial for society. Her influence was limited by the colonial government's limited commitment to education, and by resistance from conservative Indians who opposed Western education. But she contributed to gradual expansion of educational opportunities in colonial India. Mary Carpenter died in 1877 at the age of 69. She had spent her life advocating for the poor, the criminal, and the neglected, both in Britain and in India. She had combined practical institution building with policy advocacy, showing that reformers could be effective at multiple levels. Her legacy was substantial in the development of juvenile justice systems and in the expansion of education for poor and marginalized children. Like Elizabeth Fry, she wielded power not through official positions, but through moral authority, persistent advocacy, and the ability to convince others that her reforms were both right and practical. Annette Ackroyd Beveridge presents a more complex and ultimately frustrated story of a British woman trying to reform colonial society. Born Annette Ackroyd in 1842, She grew up in a progressive family and received an excellent education. She became interested in women's education and in social reform, and in the 1870s, she decided to go to India to establish a school for Indian girls. Annette arrived in Calcutta in 1873 with ambitious plans. She wanted to establish a school that would provide serious academic education for Indian girls, not just basic literacy and domestic skills. She believed Indian women were capable of advanced learning and that education could transform their position in society. She secured funding from supporters in Britain and began making arrangements to establish her school. But Annette quickly ran into difficulties. She found that Indian families were reluctant to send their daughters to a school run by a foreign woman. Many Indians were suspicious of missionary education, fearing it was really about conversion to Christianity, and though Annette insisted her school would be secular, suspicions remained. She also struggled with the climate and with illness. Within a year, she was frustrated and discouraged. In 1875, Annette married Henry Beveridge, a British civil servant in India. After marriage, she largely abandoned her school project. Though she remained interested in education and social reform, she shifted her focus to scholarship, particularly studying Bengali literature and culture. She learned Bengali fluently and began translating Bengali texts into English. She also supported her husband's scholarly work and raised their children. Annette's most significant scholarly contribution was her translation of the Akbarnama, the official chronicle of the Mughal Emperor Akbar. She spent years on this demanding work, producing an English translation that made this important historical text accessible to British scholars and officials. Her work was respected by scholars and helped increase British understanding of Mughal history and culture. But Annette never achieved her original goal of establishing a school and transforming women's education in India. She never wielded the influence she had hoped for. Her story illustrates the limits of individual reform efforts in colonial contexts. Educational reform in India required not just individual dedication, but institutional support, cultural acceptance, and sustained funding, none of which Annette could secure for her school. Her shift from educational reform to scholarship represented a retreat from her ambitious goals into work that was valuable, but less transformative. Annette's later life was comfortable but somewhat withdrawn. She continued her scholarly work and supported her husband's career. She returned to Britain in 1892 when Henry retired, and she died in 1929 at the age of 87. Her legacy is mixed. She failed in her primary goal, but succeeded in making scholarly contributions that advanced British understanding of Indian culture. She represents a type of British woman in India who had good intentions and real abilities, but found that changing colonial society was far more difficult than she had imagined. Margaret Noble, known as Sister Nivedita, offers a radically different story. She was an Irish woman who went to India, became a disciple of the Hindu philosopher Swami Vivekananda, converted to Hinduism, and spent the rest of her life working for Indian causes, eventually becoming a supporter of Indian nationalism. Margaret was born in Ireland in 1867 and grew up in a deeply religious Protestant family. She became a teacher and was drawn to progressive educational theories. In 1895, she met Swami Vivekananda in London. Vivekananda was a Hindu monk who had gained fame at the Parliament of World Religions in Chicago in 1893 and was touring Europe and America spreading his teachings about Vedanta philosophy. Margaret was captivated by his teachings and by his vision of a spiritually renewed India. In 1898, Margaret went to India and became Vivekananda's disciple. She took the name Nivedita, meaning the dedicated one, and adopted Indian dress and customs. She established a school for girls in Calcutta, but unlike most British educational efforts in India, her school emphasized Indian culture and traditions. She taught her students about Indian history, mythology, and art, trying to instill pride in their heritage rather than encouraging them to adopt British ways. Nivedita's approach was revolutionary for a British woman in India. Instead of viewing Indian culture as something to be reformed or replaced, she celebrated it. She studied Hindu philosophy and art. She wrote books and articles explaining Hindu culture to Western audiences, but also defending it against Western criticism. She became friends with leading Indian intellectuals and nationalists, including Rabindranath Tagore and Jagadish Chandra Bose. As the Indian independence movement grew in the early 20th century, Nivedita became sympathetic to nationalist goals. She supported calls for greater Indian self-governance and criticized British policies. She didn't openly advocate for complete independence, which would have been dangerous and probably got her expelled from India. But she clearly sympathized with Indian aspirations for freedom. Her home became a gathering place for Indian nationalists, and British authorities kept her under surveillance. Nivedita's influence came through her teaching, her writing, and her personal relationships. She educated hundreds of Indian girls, trying to give them confidence in their own culture while also preparing them for modern life. She wrote books like The Web of Indian Life and Kali the Mother that explained Hindu culture to Western readers with sympathy and depth. She supported Indian scientists and artists, helping them gain recognition and funding. She served as a bridge between Indian and Western intellectuals, facilitating cultural exchange. But Nivedita also faced criticism. Some Indians questioned whether a Western woman could truly understand Hinduism, whether her conversion was genuine or naive romanticization. Some British people viewed her as a traitor who had abandoned her own culture and was supporting movements that threatened British rule. She lived in a kind of liminal space, no longer fully Western, but never fully accepted as Indian either. Nivedita died in 1911 at the age of 43, exhausted from years of intense work and weakened by illness. She was mourned deeply in India, particularly in Bengal, where she had lived and worked. The Indian independence movement later claimed her as a hero, someone who had recognized the justice of Indian aspirations before most British people did. Her legacy is complex. She wielded power through cultural influence rather than political position. She helped shape how some Indians thought about their own culture and how some Westerners understood Hinduism. She demonstrated that it was possible, though difficult, for a British woman to genuinely engage with Indian culture and support Indian goals, rather than simply imposing British values. These 8 women, Flora Steele, Emily Eden, Fanny Parks, Edwina Mountbatten, Elizabeth Fry, Mary Carpenter, Annette Ackroyd Beveridge, and Margaret Noble, represent different ways that British women exercised power in and around the empire. Some worked within colonial structures, trying to make them more humane or efficient. Others challenged those structures, either directly or by validating colonized cultures. Some wielded influence through official or semi-official positions. Others worked through moral authority, personal relationships, or cultural production. All of them left marks on the empire and on the societies they touched, for better or worse. Their stories reveal that women's power in the empire was real, but often constrained, influential, but frequently exercised indirectly, and always shaped by the colonial context in which they operated. Moving beyond the domestic sphere of colonial administration and social reform, we encounter women who quite literally pushed the boundaries of the known world. These were explorers, adventurers, medical pioneers, and political leaders who refused to accept the limitations that Victorian and Edwardian society placed upon them. They traveled to unmapped territories, climbed mountains, reformed medical practice, gathered intelligence for the British government, and eventually rose to the highest offices of political power. Their stories reveal that women's influence in the British Empire extended far beyond drawing rooms and charitable institutions into realms traditionally reserved exclusively for men. Gertrude Bell stands as perhaps the most remarkable example of a woman who transcended every expectation of her gender and class. Born in 1868 in County Durham to a wealthy industrial family, Gertrude had advantages that most Victorian women lacked. Her grandfather, Sir Isaac Lothian Bell, had built an iron and steel empire and served in Parliament, Her father, Hugh Bell, inherited this fortune and married Florence Olaf after Gertrude's mother died in childbirth when Gertrude was just 3 years old. The family's wealth and relatively progressive attitudes meant that Gertrude received an education far superior to what most girls of her era could access. Gertrude attended Lady Margaret Hall at Oxford University, one of the first women's colleges. She studied modern history and in 1888 became one of the first women to receive a first-class honors degree from Oxford. This was a remarkable achievement in an environment that barely tolerated female students. Women at Oxford couldn't actually receive degrees at that time. They were only awarded certificates, and they had to sit with their backs to male lecturers in some classes to avoid being a distraction. Despite these humiliating restrictions, Gertrude excelled, demonstrating an intellect that her tutors recognized as exceptional. After Oxford, Gertrude's family expected her to marry well and settle into conventional upper-class life. She attended balls and social events in London, but found the marriage market tedious and superficial. She was too intelligent, too curious, and too independent for the role of ornamental society wife. In 1892, she jumped at the opportunity to visit her aunt and uncle in Tehran, where her uncle served as British minister. That trip changed her life completely. In Persia, Gertrude discovered a world that fascinated her far more than London society ever could. She began learning Persian and Arabic, languages that proved extraordinarily difficult for English speakers but which she eventually mastered. She traveled through Persia, observing the country and its people with the keen analytical mind she had developed at Oxford. She was treated with respect by Persian officials and local leaders who saw her as an honorary man, someone whose intellect and status transcended the usual restrictions on women. She found this liberating. After the suffocating social expectations of Britain, Gertrude returned to the Middle East repeatedly over the following years. She learned to navigate desert travel, enduring extreme heat, sandstorms, and physical hardship that would have defeated most people of either gender. She became an accomplished mountaineer, climbing peaks in the Alps, including several first ascents. One peak in the Bernese Alps was named Gertrude's Pizza in her honor. She combined physical courage with intellectual rigor, studying archaeology, learning ancient languages, and documenting the sights and cultures she encountered. Her travels were not mere tourism. Gertrude was conducting serious archaeological and geographical research. She mapped regions that had never been properly surveyed by Europeans. She photographed and documented ancient ruins. She studied tribal politics and social structures. She wrote books about her travels, including The Desert and the Sown, and Amurath to Amurath, which were respected for their learning and insight. She became a Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, one of the few women to achieve this honor. When the First World War began in 1914, Gertrude's extensive knowledge of the Middle East made her invaluable to British intelligence. She was recruited to work for British military intelligence in Cairo and later in Basra and Baghdad. She was the only woman holding a formal position in British military intelligence at that time, and she worked alongside men like T.T. Lawrence, who would become famous as Lawrence of Arabia. Many considered Gertrude more knowledgeable about the Arab world than Lawrence himself, and some accounts suggest Lawrence was intimidated by her superior command of Arabic and her deeper understanding of tribal politics. Gertrude's role expanded as British forces occupied former Ottoman territories during and after the war. She became Oriental Secretary to the British High Commissioner in Baghdad, essentially the chief political officer dealing with Arab affairs. She was the most influential British official in Iraq for several crucial years as Britain tried to establish a stable government in the territory it had conquered. She helped select Faisal ibn Hussein as king of the new Iraqi state, drew the borders of Iraq, and worked to establish administrative structures. Her position was extraordinary for a woman. She attended high-level political meetings where she was often the only female present. She negotiated with tribal leaders and Iraqi politicians. She advised British officials on policy. She had access to classified information and played a key role in shaping British policy in the Middle East. Contemporary accounts describe her as one of the most powerful women in the British Empire, someone whose influence extended far beyond what any woman had previously achieved in imperial administration. Gertrude's approach to Iraq was complex. She genuinely respected Arab culture and believed Arabs should govern themselves rather than being ruled directly by Britain. She advocated for Iraqi independence and self-determination, though she believed this independence should happen gradually under British guidance. She formed close friendships with Iraqi leaders and seemed to genuinely care about Iraq's future. Yet she remained committed to British imperial interests and worked to create an Iraqi government that would be friendly to Britain and protect British access to Iraqi oil. She embodied the contradictions of liberal imperialism, combining respect for colonized peoples with continued commitment to British dominance. Gertrude also founded the Baghdad Archaeological Museum, later renamed the Iraq Museum, to preserve Iraqi cultural heritage. She donated many of her own archaeological finds to the museum and worked to establish laws protecting archaeological sites from looting. She believed Iraqis should have access to their own history and cultural heritage, and the museum she created became one of the most important archaeological collections in the Middle East. But Gertrude's final years were difficult. As Iraqi nationalism grew stronger, some Iraqis who had worked with her began to see her as a representative of foreign domination rather than a friend. The British government's commitment to Iraqi independence wavered, and Gertrude found herself caught between British officials who wanted to maintain control and Iraqi leaders who wanted real independence. She was exhausted from years of intense work in difficult conditions. Her health deteriorated. She suffered from depression and isolation. In July 1926, Gertrude died in Baghdad at the age of 57. The official cause of death was an overdose of sleeping pills, though whether it was accidental or intentional remains unclear. She was buried in Baghdad with military honors, and Iraqi leaders attended her funeral. King Faisal, whom she had helped install on the throne, spoke of her as a great friend to Iraq and the Arab people. Gertrude Bell's legacy is complicated and contested. In Britain, she was largely forgotten for decades after her death, overshadowed by Lawrence of Arabia, whose story was more romantic and who had better publicists. In Iraq, she is remembered both as someone who helped establish the Iraqi state and as a representative of British imperialism who drew borders that created lasting problems. Modern scholars debate whether she should be celebrated as a pioneering woman who achieved extraordinary things in a male-dominated world, or criticized as an agent of imperialism who helped Britain maintain control over Middle Eastern territories and resources. What's undeniable is the scope of her achievement and influence. She traveled further and more adventurously than almost any woman of her era. She became an acknowledged expert on a region and its cultures. She held positions of real political power and shaped the map of the Middle East in ways that persist to this day. She demonstrated that a woman could match or exceed men in fields like archaeology, geography, languages, and political administration. She was one of the most powerful women the British Empire ever produced, wielding influence that extended far beyond anything most men achieved. Where Gertrude Bell explored deserts and ancient civilizations, Mary Kingsley ventured into the rainforests and rivers of West Africa. Born in 1862 to a family of writers and travelers, Mary spent most of her early life trapped at home caring for invalid parents. Her father was a doctor who traveled with aristocratic patients, and he had also published works on anthropology. Mary educated herself by reading her father's extensive library, teaching herself about science, geography, and anthropology. But she was expected to remain at home as a dutiful daughter, and she accepted this role without apparent complaint. When both her parents died within weeks of each other in 1892, Mary suddenly found herself free for the first time in her life. She was 30 years old, in possession of a modest income, and no longer bound by family obligations. She decided to go to Africa. It was an unusual choice for a single woman. West Africa had a reputation as the white man's grave, due to tropical diseases. Few European women traveled there, and those who did usually went as missionaries' wives, not as independent travelers. Mary made 2 trips to West Africa, one in 1893 and another in 1895. She traveled up rivers in canoes, visited remote villages, traded with local people, and collected fish and beetle specimens for the British Museum. She traveled largely alone, except for African guides and paddlers, and she did so wearing full Victorian dress, refusing to adopt more practical clothing. She claimed the voluminous skirts actually helped once when she fell into a game pit and the skirts cushioned her fall on the spikes at the bottom. Mary's travels were genuinely adventurous and sometimes dangerous. She encountered hippos and crocodiles while canoeing up rivers. She climbed Mount Cameroon, becoming the first European woman to reach the summit. She traveled through regions where Europeans rarely ventured and where tribal warfare was common. She survived malaria and other tropical illnesses. She faced all this with remarkable courage and with a dry sense of humor that comes through in her writings. What made Mary unusual among European travelers in Africa was her attitude toward African people and cultures. Most European accounts of Africa in this period emphasized the supposed primitiveness of African societies and used this as justification for European colonization and the civilizing mission. Mary took a very different approach. She studied African religions, customs, and social structures seriously and with respect. She learned to speak several African languages. She argued that African societies had complex cultures and belief systems that deserved to be understood on their own terms, rather than dismissed as savage or primitive. Mary published 2 books about her travels, Travels in West Africa in 1897 and West African Studies in 1899. Both were successful and brought her considerable fame. She became a popular lecturer, speaking to geographical societies, universities, and public audiences about West Africa. Her lectures were entertaining, filled with amusing anecdotes, and delivered with self-deprecating humor, but they also challenged prevailing attitudes about Africa and Africans. Mary advocated for changes in British colonial policy in West Africa. She argued that British administrators should learn African languages and study African cultures rather than imposing British systems without understanding local conditions. She criticized missionary efforts to convert Africans to Christianity, arguing that traditional African religions were complex belief systems that served important social functions. She thought the colonial government should work with traditional African leaders and social structures, rather than trying to replace them entirely with European systems. Her views were controversial and sometimes contradictory. She believed African societies should be respected and understood, but she also believed in British superiority and in the ultimate benefits of British rule. She thought Africans were not ready for self-government and needed British guidance, though she wanted that guidance to be more informed and respectful than it typically was. She opposed women's suffrage in Britain, arguing that women were not educated enough to vote responsibly, even though her own life demonstrated women's capabilities. She seemed unable or unwilling to extend the critique of cultural imperialism that informed her work on Africa to a critique of gender inequality in Britain. Mary's life was cut short by her commitment to humanitarian service. When the Second Boer War broke out in South Africa, she volunteered to nurse Boer prisoners of war who were being held by the British. She worked in a hospital in Simonstown, caring for men suffering from typhoid fever and other diseases. She contracted typhoid herself and died in June 1900 at the age of just 37. Mary Kingsley's legacy rests primarily in her writing and in how she influenced British attitudes toward Africa. Her books remained popular for decades and shaped how many British people thought about West Africa. Her advocacy for more respectful and informed colonial administration influenced some colonial officials, though the extent of this influence is debated. She demonstrated that a woman could travel independently in one of the world's most challenging environments and could become a recognized expert on a region and its cultures. She pushed against the boundaries that confined Victorian women, though she never explicitly advocated for women's rights, and seemed uncomfortable being held up as an example of female capability. The story of Florence Nightingale is better known than those of Gertrude Bell or Mary Kingsley, but her influence on the British Empire and on modern life was arguably more profound and lasting. Born in 1820 to a wealthy family, Florence was expected to marry well and manage a household. Instead, she became convinced that God had called her to nursing, a profession that was considered unsuitable for respectable women at the time. Nursing was associated with drunkenness, immorality, and working-class women of dubious character. Florence's family opposed her ambitions, but she persisted. She studied hospitals and nursing systems across Europe. She trained at a nursing institution in Germany. She took a position managing a hospital for gentlewomen in London, demonstrating her organizational and administrative abilities. When the Crimean War broke out in 1854, reports reached Britain of terrible conditions in British military hospitals. Wounded soldiers were dying not from their wounds, but from infections and diseases contracted in filthy, poorly managed hospitals. The British government, under public pressure to do something, asked Florence to lead a group of nurses to the military hospital at Scutari, near Constantinople. She arrived with 38 nurses to find conditions that were even worse than reported. The hospital was overcrowded, filthy, rat-infested, and lacking basic supplies. Wounded men lay on floors soaked with sewage. Medical staff were overwhelmed and demoralized. The death rate was horrific. Florence took charge with remarkable determination and organizational skill. She obtained supplies, organized cleaning operations, established proper kitchens to provide nourishing food, and created systems for tracking patients and supplies. She worked exhaustingly long hours and demanded the same from her nurses. She fought with army officials who resented her interference, and with doctors who didn't want to take orders from a woman. But she had powerful supporters back in Britain, including government ministers and journalists, and this political backing enabled her to overcome bureaucratic resistance. The results were dramatic. The death rate in the Scutari hospital fell significantly. Florence's work received extensive coverage in British newspapers, and she became a national hero. The lady with the lamp who walked through hospital wards at night caring for wounded soldiers. The image was somewhat romanticized. Florence was more administrator than hands-on nurse, but it captured something real about her dedication. After the war, Florence returned to Britain and used her fame to advocate for fundamental reforms in military medical care and in nursing generally. She wrote detailed reports analyzing the causes of death and illness in the Crimean hospitals, using statistical methods that were innovative for the time. She became an expert in hospital design and sanitation, consulting with government officials and hospital administrators. She established the Nightingale Training School for Nurses at St. Thomas's Hospital in London, creating the first professional nursing school and establishing nursing as a respectable profession for educated women. Florence's influence extended throughout the British Empire. Colonial administrators and military officials consulted her about hospital design and medical care. Her principles of sanitation, ventilation, proper nutrition, and trained nursing care were implemented in hospitals across British territories. Her training school's graduates went on to establish nursing schools in other countries. She corresponded with officials in India about healthcare and sanitation in British India, and her recommendations influenced colonial health policy. Florence lived until 1910, dying at the age of 90. For much of her later life she was an invalid, though whether her illnesses were physical or psychological remains debated by historians. Despite her invalidism, she remained intellectually active, writing reports, conducting statistical analyses, and advising officials. She received numerous honors, including being the first woman awarded the Order of Merit. Her legacy is immense. She essentially created modern nursing as a profession. Her emphasis on sanitation and hygiene helped reduce mortality rates in hospitals and influenced public health policy. Her use of statistics to analyze health outcomes pioneered what would become epidemiology. She demonstrated that proper organization and administration could save thousands of lives, and she showed that a woman could become an acknowledged expert in fields related to medicine and public administration, domains that had been exclusively male. Mary Seacole presents an interesting complement and contrast to Florence Nightingale. Born Mary Grant in Jamaica in 1805, she was the daughter of a Scottish soldier and a Jamaican woman who practiced traditional medicine. Mary learned medical skills from her mother and gained experience treating patients in Jamaica and during travels through Central America and the Caribbean. She married Edwin Seacole, but the marriage was brief, ending with his death in 1844. When the Crimean War broke out, Mary wanted to join the nursing effort. She applied to join Florence Nightingale's party of nurses but was rejected. The reasons for the rejection are unclear, but Mary believed it was because of her race. Undeterred, she traveled to Crimea at her own expense and established what she called the British Hotel near the front lines. This was part hotel, part store, part hospital. She sold supplies to officers, provided meals and lodging, and offered medical care to wounded and sick soldiers. Mary's approach was different from Florence Nightingale's. While Florence worked in the base hospital far from the fighting and focused on administration and organization, Mary worked close to the battlefield, sometimes venturing onto battlefields during fighting to treat wounded soldiers where they fell. She used a combination of traditional Caribbean remedies and European medical techniques. Soldiers who encountered her spoke highly of her kindness and skill. Despite her service, Mary received less recognition than Florence Nightingale during and after the war. Florence was white, upper class, and had powerful connections. Mary was mixed race, working class, and lacked political connections. When Mary returned to Britain after the war, she was nearly bankrupt from her expenses in Crimea. She wrote and published her autobiography, Wonderful Adventures of Mrs. Seacole in Many Lands, in 1857, which became moderately successful and brought her some income and recognition. Mary's story was largely forgotten for more than a century after her death in 1881. She was rediscovered in the late 20th century, and in recent decades, she has been increasingly recognized as an important figure in nursing history and as a remarkable woman who overcame racial prejudice to serve in the Crimean War. In 2004, she was voted the greatest Black Briton in a poll. A statue of her was erected near St. Thomas's Hospital in London in 2016, close to where Florence Nightingale's training school had been located. Mary Seacole's story illustrates how race affected which women gained power and recognition in the British Empire. She had skills, courage, and dedication equal to Florence Nightingale's, but she lacked the social position and racial privilege that enabled Florence to become nationally famous and to influence policy at the highest levels. Mary's power was exercised at a more local level, in her direct care of patients and in her business operations, but she lacked the platform and connections to shape broader policy or to establish lasting institutions as Florence did. Isabella Bird represents yet another type of adventurous woman who pushed boundaries through travel and writing. Born in 1831 in Yorkshire, Isabella suffered from poor health as a child and young woman, experiencing spinal problems and other ailments that doctors couldn't successfully treat. In 1854, her doctor recommended sea travel as a health cure, and Isabella's father funded a trip to North America. The travel proved beneficial, and it sparked in Isabella a passion for adventure that would define her life. Over the following decades, Isabella traveled extensively, visiting Australia, Hawaii, the Rocky Mountains, Japan, Malaya, Tibet, Persia, Kurdistan, and Korea. She was often the first Western woman to visit remote regions. She traveled through difficult terrain, enduring physical hardship that would have defeated many younger and healthier people. Her health problems seemed to disappear when she was traveling and returned when she was back in Britain. suggesting they may have been partly psychosomatic responses to the constraints of conventional Victorian female life. Isabella wrote popular travel books about her adventures, including A Lady's Life in the Rocky Mountains, Unbeaten Tracks in Japan, and Among the Tibetans. Her writing was vivid and detailed, describing landscapes, peoples, and customs with an observant eye, and often with considerable sympathy for the people she encountered. Her books were bestsellers and brought her fame as a travel writer. In 1892, Isabella became the first woman elected as a Fellow of the Royal Geographical Society. This was a significant breakthrough, as the society had previously been exclusively male. Her election sparked controversy, with some male members objecting strenuously to admitting women, but Isabella's achievements as a traveler and geographical observer were so substantial that she couldn't be denied. Her election opened the door for other women to be recognized for their geographical and exploratory work. Isabella's travels in her 60s and 70s took her to some of the most remote and politically sensitive regions of Asia. She traveled through regions of China, Tibet, and Persia where few Westerners ventured. She observed and sometimes photographed local peoples and landscapes. Her accounts provided British readers and officials with information about regions that were strategically important to the empire but poorly known. Isabella died in 1904 at the age of 72 while planning another trip to China. She had spent much of her adult life traveling and had become one of the most famous female travelers of the Victorian era. Her legacy was in demonstrating that women could be serious travelers and geographical observers, that they could endure hardship and adventure, and that they could contribute to geographical knowledge. She helped break down assumptions about women's physical limitations and proper roles. Freya Stark takes us into the 20th century and combines exploration with intelligence work. Born in 1893 to British parents living in France, Freya had an unconventional upbringing that included living in Italy and being educated in various schools across Europe. She studied Arabic and Persian and became fascinated with the Middle East. In the 1920s and 1930s, she made a series of journeys through Syria, Persia, and southern Arabia, traveling to regions that few Europeans had visited. Freya's travels were genuine exploration. She mapped previously uncharted areas, documented ruins and inscriptions, and gathered information about local tribes and politics. She traveled light, often with minimal resources, and she lived rough in conditions that would have horrified most European women of her class. She learned Arabic fluently and could converse with local people without interpreters. She earned respect from Arab leaders and tribal chiefs through her knowledge, her courage, and her genuine interest in their cultures. Freya wrote prolifically about her travels, publishing dozens of books over her long career. Her writing style was more literary and philosophical than most travel writing, and her books were praised for their elegance and insight. She became a celebrated travel writer and was sought after as a lecturer and expert on the Middle East. During the Second World War, Freya worked for British intelligence and propaganda services in the Middle East. She helped establish and run the Brotherhood of Freedom, a network designed to maintain Arab support for the British cause and counter German and Italian propaganda efforts in the region. She traveled across the Middle East, giving speeches, organizing groups, and gathering intelligence. Her knowledge of the region and her extensive contacts made her valuable to the British war effort. After the war, Freya continued traveling and writing well into old age. She made journeys to Turkey, Afghanistan, and Nepal, and she continued publishing books and articles. She received numerous honors for her contributions to geography and literature, including becoming a Dame Commander of the Order of the British Empire. She lived until 1993, dying just a month before her 100th birthday. Freya Stark's power came from her expertise, her writing, and her intelligence work. She influenced British understanding of the Middle East through her books and lectures. She contributed to British strategic interests through her intelligence and propaganda work during World War II. She demonstrated that women could be serious scholars and explorers of remote regions. Like Gertrude Bell before her, she combined deep knowledge of Middle Eastern cultures with commitment to British imperial interests, never apparently seeing any contradiction between respecting Arab peoples and supporting British dominance in the region. Margaret Thatcher brings us to a completely different realm of power, that of elected democratic politics at the highest level. Born Margaret Roberts in 1925 in Grantham, Lincolnshire, she grew up in a lower middle-class family. Her father was a grocer and local politician, and Margaret absorbed his conservative political views and his dedication to hard work and self-improvement. Margaret studied chemistry at Oxford University, one of the few scientific fields open to women at the time. After graduating, she worked as a research chemist while becoming active in Conservative Party politics. She married Denis Thatcher in 1951, gaining financial security that enabled her to pursue politics more actively. She trained as a barrister while raising twins, demonstrating the formidable energy and determination that would characterize her political career. Margaret was elected to Parliament in 1959 as the Conservative member for Finchley. She rose through the party ranks, serving in various shadow cabinet positions when Labour was in power. In 1975, she successfully challenged Edward Heath for leadership of the Conservative Party, becoming the first woman to lead a major British political party. When the Conservatives won the general election in 1979, she became Prime Minister, the first woman to hold that position in British history. Thatcher's 11 years as Prime Minister were transformative and deeply controversial. She believed in free market economics, limited government intervention, and individual responsibility. She privatized numerous state-owned industries, broke the power of trade unions, deregulated financial markets, and cut government spending on social programs. Her policies divided Britain sharply. Supporters credited her with revitalizing the British economy and restoring British confidence and global influence. Critics blamed her for destroying British manufacturing, increasing inequality, and showing callousness toward the poor and unemployed. Thatcher's handling of the Falklands War in 1982 defined her leadership style and strengthened her political position. When Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands, British territory in the South Atlantic, Thatcher responded decisively, sending a naval task force to recapture the islands. The operation was risky and costly, but it succeeded. The victory boosted British morale and Thatcher's popularity, contributing to her landslide re-election in 1983. Thatcher's approach to the Commonwealth and to remnants of the empire was pragmatic and unsentimental. She opposed economic sanctions against apartheid South Africa, arguing they would hurt black South Africans more than the white government, a position that brought her into conflict with other Commonwealth leaders. She eventually negotiated the independence of Zimbabwe, though not before bitter conflict. She took a tough stance on immigration, particularly from former colonies, supporting policies that made immigration more difficult. Thatcher cultivated a close relationship with U.S. President Ronald Reagan, strengthening the Anglo-American alliance. She was a committed Cold Warrior who opposed communism and the Soviet Union, though she also recognized Mikhail Gorbachev as someone the West could work with. Her international stature was significant. World leaders took her seriously. She was nicknamed the Iron Lady by the Soviet press, a title she embraced as a compliment. Domestically, Thatcher faced enormous resistance. The miners' strike of 1984-1985 was a bitter year-long conflict that she refused to back down from, ultimately defeating the Union and breaking its power. She survived an IRA assassination attempt in 1984 when a bomb exploded at her hotel during a Conservative Party conference, killing several people but leaving her physically unharmed. She implemented the unpopular poll tax, which contributed to her eventual downfall. By 1990, Thatcher's dominance was slipping. The poll tax had sparked riots and massive unpopularity. Her autocratic leadership style had alienated many Conservative MPs. Her opposition to European integration put her at odds with senior members of her own government. In November 1990, she faced a leadership challenge and, though she won the first ballot, failed to win by a large enough margin to avoid a second ballot. Rather than face potential defeat, she resigned, ending her 11-year tenure as Prime Minister. Thatcher remained active in public life for another decade, giving speeches and writing books. She was elevated to the House of Lords as Baroness Thatcher. She suffered a series of small strokes in the early 2000s that affected her memory and led her to withdraw from public life. She died in 2013 at the age of 87. Margaret Thatcher's legacy remains intensely debated. She was unquestionably one of the most powerful women in the history of the British Empire and its successor Commonwealth. She wielded executive power at the highest level, implementing policies that transformed Britain economically and socially. She projected British power internationally and was recognized as a major world leader. She demonstrated that a woman could win and hold the highest political office in Britain and could govern in a forceful, uncompromising style. Whether her governance was wise or destructive depends largely on one's political perspective. What's undeniable is the scope of her power and influence. She shaped Britain in ways that persist decades after she left office. She influenced global politics and economics through her close alliance with Reagan and her advocacy for free market policies. She changed what was possible for women in politics, showing that a woman could win supreme political power in a democracy. Though notably, she did little to advance other women and often disparaged feminism. These 7 women, Gertrude Bell, Mary Kingsley, Florence Nightingale, Mary Seacole, Isabella Bird, Freya Stark, and Margaret Thatcher, exercised power through exploration, medical reform, intelligence work, and democratic politics. They broke barriers, traveled to forbidden places, reformed institutions, gathered intelligence, and governed nations. Their power was often exercised in traditionally masculine realms, on battlefields and in deserts, in geographical societies and intelligence services, in hospitals and parliament. They demonstrated that women could match or exceed men in courage, endurance, expertise, and leadership. Their stories revealed the expanding possibilities for women's power as the 19th century gave way to the 20th. As Victorian restrictions gradually eroded and as women claimed spaces and roles that had been exclusively male domains. The final chapter of our journey through powerful women of the British Empire takes us into perhaps the most morally complex territory. These are women whose power came from challenging the empire's foundations, from resisting its injustices, from bearing witness to its cruelties, or from documenting its contradictions. Some were abolitionists who fought to end slavery. Others were resistors who took up arms against British rule. Some used their positions within the system to push for change. And others simply told stories that revealed truths the empire preferred to hide. Their power was often exercised against the current of imperial ideology, making their achievements all the more remarkable and their legacies all the more complicated. Mary Prince holds a unique and painful place in British history. Born into slavery in Bermuda around 1788, she spent most of her life as property, owned by various masters who bought and sold her, worked her, and subjected her to brutal treatment. But in 1831, she became the first black woman to publish an autobiography in Britain, and her narrative helped galvanize the abolitionist movement at a crucial moment. Mary's early life was marked by the arbitrary cruelties of slavery. She was separated from her mother when she was sold to a new owner as a child. She experienced the trauma of being treated as property, of having no control over her own life or body, of watching family members and friends sold away. She was subjected to brutal physical punishment, forced to work in salt ponds under conditions that damaged her health permanently, and endured the sexual exploitation that enslaved women routinely faced. In 1828, Mary's owners brought her to London. Slavery had been effectively abolished in England itself by court decisions in the 18th century, though it continued in British colonies. When Mary arrived in England, she realized she could claim freedom under English law. She left her owners and sought help from abolitionists. Her former owners tried to force her to return to the Caribbean, but Mary refused, knowing that returning meant returning to slavery. The abolitionist Thomas Pringle took Mary into his household and employed her as a domestic servant. He recognized that Mary's story could be a powerful weapon in the fight against slavery. Mary couldn't write, so she dictated her life story to a transcriber, and Pringle edited the manuscript for publication. The History of Mary Prince, a West Indian slave, was published in 1831 and became an immediate sensation. The narrative was shocking and powerful. Mary described in concrete, vivid detail what slavery actually meant: the beatings, the sexual abuse, the casual cruelty, the complete powerlessness. She spoke in her own voice, or at least a version of it filtered through transcription and editing, with emotion and moral clarity. She directly addressed British readers, asking them how they could permit such a system to continue. She described the hypocrisy of British slave owners who attended church and considered themselves Christians, while inflicting horrific suffering on enslaved people. Mary's narrative was particularly effective because she was a woman. Abolitionist literature often focused on male slaves, emphasizing the injustice of enslaving men who should be free and independent. Mary's account highlighted the particular vulnerabilities and sufferings of enslaved women, including sexual exploitation that male slaves didn't face in the same way. Her story appealed to British women readers who could identify with her suffering as a woman, even if they couldn't fully understand the experience of slavery. The publication sparked a legal battle. Mary's former owners sued Pringle and the publisher for libel, claiming the narrative contained false statements that damaged their reputations. The case became a public spectacle. Mary testified, though as a black woman her testimony had limited legal weight. The case was never fully resolved, but the publicity it generated kept Mary's story in the public eye and kept slavery's horrors in public discussion. Mary's narrative was reprinted multiple times and widely distributed by abolitionist groups. It was read aloud at anti-slavery meetings. Excerpts appeared in abolitionist newspapers and pamphlets, along with other slave narratives, particularly Uliauda Equiano's earlier account. Mary's story helped shift British public opinion decisively against slavery. The emotional power of first-hand accounts proved more effective than abstract moral arguments. In 1833, Parliament passed the Slavery Abolition Act, which gradually abolished slavery throughout most of the British Empire. The act didn't take full effect until 1838, and it included a shameful apprenticeship period during which formerly enslaved people had to continue working for their former owners, and it compensated slave owners for their loss of property, while giving nothing to the enslaved people themselves. But it was nevertheless a landmark achievement, and Mary Prince's narrative had contributed to the public pressure that made abolition politically possible. Mary's later life is largely unknown. Historical records lose track of her after the mid-1830s. She remained in England, unwilling to risk returning to the Caribbean where she might be re-enslaved. She likely worked as a domestic servant, living in poverty and obscurity. The date and circumstances of her death are unknown. She had been briefly famous, her narrative a bestseller, her testimony heard by thousands. But once abolition was achieved, she was forgotten. Her usefulness to the abolitionist movement exhausted. Mary Prince's power came from her willingness to tell her story despite the personal cost. Speaking publicly about her experiences meant reliving trauma. It meant exposing intimate details of suffering and abuse to public scrutiny. It meant facing legal challenges and personal attacks from defenders of slavery. But she did it because she understood that her individual story could help end a system that was destroying millions of lives. Her narrative gave a human face and voice to slavery's abstractions. It made British readers confront what slavery actually meant in lived experience. In doing so, Mary exercised power far beyond what any formerly enslaved woman had wielded before. Power that contributed to dismantling an institution that had enriched Britain for centuries while causing immeasurable suffering. Nanny of the Maroons represents a completely different form of resistance to British colonialism, armed rebellion. Nanny was a leader of the Jamaican Maroons in the early 18th century, and she became one of Jamaica's national heroes for her role in fighting British colonial forces and securing autonomy for Maroon communities. The Maroons were communities of formerly enslaved Africans who had escaped slavery and established independent settlements in Jamaica's mountainous interior. They were joined by indigenous Taino people who had survived Spanish and then British colonization. These communities lived independently, growing their own crops, governing themselves, and fiercely defending their freedom against any attempt to recapture them. Nanny was born in the late 17th century, probably in West Africa, possibly in the area that is now Ghana. She was brought to Jamaica as a slave but escaped to join or establish a Maroon community. Details of her early life are murky, passed down through oral tradition rather than written records, which makes separating history from legend difficult. What's clear is that by the 1720s, she had emerged as a leader of Windward Maroons in the Blue Mountains of eastern Jamaica. Nanny Town, named after her, was a Maroon settlement established in a nearly inaccessible location in the mountains. It was strategically positioned, defendable, and supplied by fertile land where the community could grow provisions. From this base, Nanny and her followers conducted a guerrilla war against British colonial forces and against the plantation system that enslaved hundreds of thousands of Africans in Jamaica. The Maroon Wars of the 1720s and 1730s were bitter conflicts. British colonial forces made repeated attempts to destroy Maroon settlements and recapture escaped slaves. The Maroons, fighting to preserve their freedom, used guerrilla tactics that the British struggled to counter. They knew the terrain intimately. They could move quickly through mountains and forests that British soldiers found nearly impassable. They struck rapidly and then melted back into the landscape before British forces could respond effectively. Nanny's role in this conflict has been embellished by legend, but there's no doubt she was a significant military and political leader. Oral traditions credit her with supernatural powers, saying she could catch bullets and redirect them at enemies, or that she could render herself and her warriors invisible. These legends reflect the fact that the Maroons repeatedly defeated or evaded British forces despite being outnumbered and outgunned, successes that seemed almost miraculous. More realistically, Nanny was apparently a brilliant strategist and tactician. She understood how to use terrain to her advantage. She trained warriors in guerrilla tactics. She maintained discipline and organization within her community, even under constant threat. She also served as a spiritual leader, practicing African religious traditions and using spiritual authority to strengthen her community's cohesion and morale. The guerrilla war proved too costly for the British to win outright. Maroon raids disrupted plantations. Military campaigns against the Maroons drained resources and achieved little. Eventually, the British decided negotiation was preferable to endless conflict. In 1739, the British colonial government signed a peace treaty with the Leeward Maroons, led by Cudjoe. The Windward Maroons, led by Nanny, signed a similar treaty in 1740. The treaties granted the Maroons a degree of autonomy. They received land grants where they could live independently under their own leaders. They were freed from slavery, and their freedom was recognized legally. In exchange, they agreed to stop harboring new runaways and to help suppress slave rebellions. This last provision was deeply problematic, turning former freedom fighters into agents of the slave system, but it secured the Maroons' own freedom and autonomy. Nanny's later life is, like her earlier life, poorly documented. She likely died sometime in the 1750s or 1760s. Nanny Town was eventually destroyed by British forces, but the Windward Maroon community continued in other locations. The Maroons maintained their autonomy through Jamaican independence, and Maroon communities still exist in Jamaica today as distinctive cultural and political entities. In 1975, the Jamaican government declared Nanny a national hero, the only woman among Jamaica's national heroes. She appears on Jamaican currency and is celebrated as a symbol of resistance to colonialism and slavery. Her legacy is complicated by the treaties that made Maroons complicit in maintaining slavery for others, but her achievement in securing freedom for her community through armed resistance against a powerful colonial empire remains remarkable. Nanny's power came from military leadership, from strategic brilliance, from spiritual authority, and from the ability to maintain community cohesion under extreme pressure. She wielded power against the British Empire rather than within it, fighting to preserve African autonomy and culture in a colonial context that sought to destroy both. She represents resistance to empire in its most direct form, armed struggle for freedom, and her success in forcing the British to negotiate rather than continuing a war they couldn't win demonstrates that even the powerful British Empire had limits to what it could accomplish through military force alone. Elizabeth Pease represents yet another form of power, that of the moral reformer and political activist, working within British society to change imperial policy. Born in 1807 in Darlington into a wealthy Quaker family, Elizabeth grew up in an environment that emphasized social responsibility, equality, and moral conviction. Her father and uncle were involved in anti-slavery activities, and Elizabeth absorbed these commitments from childhood. The Quakers had been at the forefront of British abolitionism since the 18th century. Their religious beliefs emphasized the equality of all humans before God and the importance of bearing witness to truth, even when doing so was uncomfortable or unpopular. Quaker activists had been instrumental in the campaign that led to the abolition of the slave trade in 1807 and continued pushing for complete abolition of slavery itself. Elizabeth became active in anti-slavery work as a young woman. This was unusual because public political activity was considered inappropriate for respectable women in the early 19th century. Women were expected to confine themselves to domestic and charitable activities, not to engage in political campaigns or to speak at public meetings. But Elizabeth and other women abolitionists pushed against these restrictions, arguing that the moral urgency of ending slavery justified women's public involvement. In 1825, when Elizabeth was just 18, women abolitionists organized a petition against slavery that gathered more than 2,000 signatures. This was the first time British women had organized a political petition on their own initiative. It was controversial. Many people argued that women had no business involving themselves in political questions, that their proper role was in the proper domestic sphere, not in public political debate. But the women abolitionists argued that slavery was a moral question that transcended politics, and that women had a particular responsibility to speak out against an institution that caused such suffering. Elizabeth was involved in organizing subsequent petition campaigns. She wrote articles and pamphlets against slavery. She corresponded with American abolitionists, building transatlantic networks of anti-slavery activists. She helped organize anti-slavery meetings and societies. She used her family's wealth to fund anti-slavery publications and to support the travel of anti-slavery speakers. The petition campaigns that women abolitionists organized were remarkably successful. In the early 1830s, as Parliament debated abolition, hundreds of thousands of women signed anti-slavery petitions. These petitions demonstrated the depth of public opposition to slavery and put pressure on Parliament to act. The Slavery Abolition Act of 1833 was passed in part because of this sustained public pressure, and women abolitionists had played a crucial role in generating that pressure. Elizabeth's activism didn't end with the abolition of slavery in the British Empire. She turned her attention to slavery in the United States, which continued for another 3 decades. She corresponded with American abolitionists, including Frederick Douglass and William Lloyd Garrison. She helped organize support in Britain for the American anti-slavery cause, She raised funds to purchase Douglas's freedom, enabling him to remain in Britain and continue his anti-slavery lectures without fear of being captured and returned to slavery. Elizabeth also became involved in other reform movements. She supported women's rights, though this was controversial even among reformers. Many male abolitionists argued that women's rights activism distracted from the anti-slavery cause, and that women should focus on supporting men's political activism rather than claiming political rights for themselves. Elizabeth disagreed. She believed that women's exclusion from political participation was unjust, and that women's rights and anti-slavery were connected struggles against different forms of oppression. Elizabeth never married, which gave her more freedom than married women had. Married women in 19th century Britain lost control of their property and income to their husbands and were legally subordinate to them in almost every way. As a single woman with independent wealth, Elizabeth could use her resources and time as she chose. She dedicated decades to reform activism, using her position and resources to advance causes she believed in. Elizabeth died in 1897 at the age of 90. She had lived through the entire arc of British abolitionism, from the campaign against the slave trade through the abolition of slavery in the British Empire to the end of slavery in the United States and Brazil. She had witnessed women's gradual entry into public political life and had contributed to that process through her own activism. She had built networks that connected British and American reformers, and that continued to function long after specific campaigns ended. Elizabeth P's power was quieter and less dramatic than that of military leaders or political officials. She never held office or commanded armies, but she exercised real influence through her activism, her writing, her organizing, and her funding of anti-slavery causes. She helped shape public opinion and generate political pressure that led to policy changes. She demonstrated that women could be effective political activists even when formally excluded from political participation, and she helped build institutions and networks that outlasted any individual campaign, creating infrastructure for ongoing reform movements. Harriet Martineau was another reformer who wielded influence through writing and public advocacy. Born in 1802 in Norwich into a Unitarian manufacturing family, Harriet overcame significant obstacles to become one of the most influential writers and public intellectuals of the Victorian era. She lost much of her hearing as a young woman and eventually became almost completely deaf. Her family suffered financial reverses that left her needing to support herself through writing. Neither of these challenges prevented her from building a successful career. Harriet began writing articles on political economy in the 1820s, explaining economic principles through accessible stories and examples. Her illustrations of political economy, published in the 1830s, was wildly successful, making complex economic ideas comprehensible to general readers. She became famous and financially secure through her writing. Harriet traveled to the United States in the 1830s and was shocked by slavery. She wrote about American slavery critically in Society in America and Retrospect of Western Travel, published in the 1830s. Her criticism of slavery and of Americans' hypocrisy in claiming to value freedom while enslaving millions of people angered many Americans, particularly in the South, but her books influenced British opinion about American slavery. Harriet was unusual among British intellectuals in applying anti-slavery principles to British colonialism more broadly. She criticized British rule in India and Ireland, arguing that colonized peoples should have greater autonomy and that British claims to be bringing civilization to backward peoples were often hypocritical justifications for exploitation. She advocated for Irish independence and for reforms in India that would give Indians more control over their own affairs. Her writing on colonial questions was influential because she was already respected as a serious thinker on economic and social issues. When she applied her analytical skills to colonialism, people paid attention. She wrote articles for major newspapers and magazines that shaped how educated Britons thought about colonial policy. She influenced politicians and officials through her writing and through personal correspondence. Harriet also advocated for women's rights, though she was careful about how she framed this advocacy. She argued for women's education and for women's right to work and support themselves. She wrote about the limited opportunities available to women and the social restrictions that prevented women from developing their capacities fully. She was more cautious about advocating for women's political rights, understanding that too radical an advocacy could undermine her credibility on other issues. Harriet suffered from poor health throughout much of her adult life. She spent years as an invalid, though she continued writing and receiving visitors even when confined to her home. She attributed some of her health problems to stress and to the physical toll of constant intellectual work. Despite her health challenges, she remained productive, publishing dozens of books and hundreds of articles over her long career. Harriet died in 1876 at the age of 74. She had been a major public intellectual for more than 4 decades, influencing debates about economics, social reform, colonialism, women's rights, and numerous other issues. Her power came from her intellect, her clear writing, and her ability to make complex ideas accessible. She shaped public opinion and political debate through her publications. She demonstrated that a woman could be taken seriously as a public intellectual and social commentator, and she used her platform to advocate for changes in colonial policy, arguing for more humane and just treatment of colonized peoples, even while remaining within the basic framework of believing British rule could be beneficial if properly administered. Mary Wollstonecraft takes us back to the late 18th century and to the origins of modern feminism. Born in 1759, Mary grew up in a troubled family. Her father was alcoholic and abusive. The family moved frequently and descended into poverty. Mary received little formal education but educated herself through reading and through relationships with intellectuals she encountered. Mary worked as a governess and teacher, experiencing firsthand the limited and degrading options available to women who needed to support themselves. She began writing, publishing a book on women's education, and working as a translator and reviewer for a London publisher. She became part of radical intellectual circles in London that included political reformers, philosophers, and artists. In 1792, Mary published A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, which became one of the founding texts of feminism. In it, she argued that women were not naturally inferior to men but appeared so because they were denied education and opportunities to develop their capacities. She criticized the way women were raised to be decorative and pleasing, rather than rational and capable. She argued that women should receive education equal to men's and should be able to participate in political and professional life. Crucially for our purposes, Mary connected women's oppression to other forms of oppression, including slavery and colonialism. She explicitly compared the situation of women to that of enslaved people, arguing that both were kept in degraded conditions and denied the education and autonomy that would allow them to develop fully as human beings. She criticized the way men dominated women as analogous to the way European colonizers dominated colonized peoples. She wrote that slavery and women's subjugation were both examples of irrational tyranny that violated principles of human equality and natural rights. Mary's analogies were imperfect and sometimes problematic. She was writing primarily about middle-class British women, not about enslaved people or colonized populations. Her comparisons could seem to trivialize the horrific suffering of slavery by equating it with the genteel constraints on middle-class women, but she was making an important conceptual connection, arguing that different forms of oppression were related, and that arguments for human equality and rights should apply universally, not just to propertied white men. Mary's personal life was unconventional and ultimately tragic. She had a relationship with an American adventurer that produced a daughter but ended unhappily. She then formed a relationship with the philosopher William Godwin, becoming pregnant by him. They married to legitimize their child, though both had principled objections to marriage as an institution. Mary died of complications from childbirth in 1797, just days after giving birth to a daughter who would grow up to be Mary Shelley, author of Frankenstein. Mary Wollstonecraft's influence was limited during her lifetime and was actually damaged after her death when Godwin published a memoir revealing details of her unconventional personal life. Victorian society viewed her as immoral, and her ideas about women's rights were dismissed or ignored for decades. But her work was rediscovered by later feminists and recognized as foundational. Her argument that women deserved equal education and opportunities, that gender inequality was social rather than natural, and that women's subjugation was connected to other forms of oppression, became central to feminist thought. Mary's power was exercised through ideas rather than through political office or direct action. She articulated arguments about women's equality and rights that would be developed and expanded by later thinkers and activists. She made connections between different struggles for equality and justice that remain relevant. She challenged fundamental assumptions about gender and about the naturalness of social hierarchies. Her influence was delayed and mediated through later feminist movements, but it was real and substantial. Dido Elizabeth Bale represents a very different kind of challenge to the empire's racial hierarchies, not through activism or writing, but simply through her existence and position. Born in 1761, Dido was the daughter of an enslaved African woman and a British naval officer named Sir John Lindsay. Lindsay brought Dido to England and arranged for her to be raised by his uncle, Lord Mansfield, who was Lord Chief Justice of England, the highest judicial position in the country. Dido was Lord Chief Justice of England, the highest judicial position in the country. Dido grew up in Mansfield's household at Kenwood House, a situation that was unusual in multiple ways. She was mixed race in a society that was deeply racist. She was legally free in a period when slavery was legal in British colonies, even if not in England itself. She was raised as a gentlewoman, educated and provided for, but her social position remained ambiguous. She was part of the family, but not quite equal to Lord Mansfield's other great niece, Lady Elizabeth Murray, with whom she was raised. A famous painting from the 1770s shows Dido and Elizabeth together. Dido is dressed elegantly, standing on equal footing with Elizabeth, but she points to her own cheek, perhaps acknowledging her different racial identity. The painting is striking because it shows a young black woman portrayed with dignity and as a member of an aristocratic family, something almost unprecedented in British art of the period. Dido's position in Lord Mansfield's household may have influenced his thinking on slavery and race. During the years Dido lived with him, Mansfield made several important legal rulings relating to slavery. Most famously, in 1772, he ruled in the Somerset case that slavery had no legal basis in English common law, and that enslaved people brought to England could not be forcibly returned to colonies. This ruling didn't abolish slavery in colonies, but it established that the air of England was too pure for slavery, that slavery couldn't exist on English soil. It's impossible to know definitively how much Dido's presence influenced Mansfield's thinking. He may have made the same rulings regardless. But it's hard to imagine that living with a mixed-race young woman who was family didn't affect his views on race and slavery. Some historians argue that Dido's influence on one of the most powerful judges in England represents a subtle but real form of power. Power exercised not through public action, but through personal relationships and through humanizing racial others to someone with judicial authority over questions of slavery and race. Dido never married, unusual for a woman of her class and time. She inherited money from both her father and from Lord Mansfield, giving her financial independence. She died in 1804 at the age of 43. Her life has been the subject of increasing historical interest, including a feature film, as historians have recognized her as an important figure in the complicated history of race, slavery, and British society. Dido Elizabeth Bell's power was subtle and is hard to measure. She didn't write, didn't organize political movements, didn't make public speeches. but her presence in Lord Mansfield's household, her position as a free black woman in aristocratic society, and her possible influence on legal decisions that affected slavery and race relations all represent a form of power. She challenged simply by existing in the space she occupied the rigid racial hierarchies of her time. She demonstrated that racial categories were more fluid than many Britons wanted to admit, and she may have influenced one of the most important legal minds of the 18th century at a crucial moment in the history of slavery and abolition. Finally, we come to Agatha Christie, who wielded power of a completely different sort, cultural influence through popular fiction. Born in 1890 in Devon, Agatha grew up in comfortable middle-class surroundings. She married Archibald Christie in 1914, but the marriage ended in divorce in 1928. After Archibald had an affair during the First World War, Agatha worked as a nurse and later in a pharmacy, learning about poisons that would feature in her detective novels. Agatha published her first detective novel, The Mysterious Affair at Styles, in 1920, introducing the Belgian detective Hercule Poirot. She went on to write 66 detective novels and 14 short story collections over the next 5 decades, becoming the best-seller novelist of all time. Her books have sold more than 2 billion copies and have been translated into more languages than any other author except Shakespeare. Her play, The Mousetrap, is the longest-running play in theater history, running continuously in London since 1952. What does Agatha Christie have to do with the British Empire? Her novels are set in imperial and post-imperial Britain, and they both reflect and shape how people thought about British society and its relationship to its empire. Many of her novels are set in colonial locations or feature characters who have lived in colonies. Death on the Nile takes place on a Nile steamer in Egypt. They Came to Baghdad is set in Iraq. The Caribbean Mystery takes place in the West Indies. Characters in her novels frequently have colonial backgrounds, having served in India, Africa, or other imperial territories. Christie's portrayal of empire and colonial subjects was very much of her time, which means it often reflected racist attitudes that were common among middle-class British people in the early and mid-20th century. Her books sometimes included racist language and stereotypes. Non-white characters were often portrayed as exotic, mysterious, or threatening. Colonial settings were treated as picturesque backdrops for British adventures, rather than as places with their own complex societies and politics. At the same time, Christie's mysteries often involved critiquing British society and exposing the darkness beneath respectable surfaces. Her novels frequently revealed that respected members of society, retired colonels and vicars and aristocrats, were murderers or frauds. She was interested in psychology and in what made people capable of evil, and her novels explored moral ambiguity and the failure of social institutions to prevent crime or achieve justice. Christie's immense popularity meant that her books shaped how millions of people thought about crime, justice, and British society. Her novels presented a particular vision of Englishness, of class relations, and of Britain's place in the world. They nostalgically portrayed a stable social order that was already disappearing by the time she was writing about it. They offered readers comfort through their formula. A crime disrupts order, a brilliant detective solves the puzzle, justice is restored. But they also often suggested that social order was fragile and that evil lurked in unexpected places. Christie traveled extensively, partly because she enjoyed travel and partly because her second husband, Max Mallowan, was an archaeologist who worked on excavations in Iraq and Syria. She accompanied him on digs and used these experiences as settings and inspiration for her novels. Her autobiography and her novel Murder in Mesopotamia draw on her experiences in the Middle East. She became interested in archaeology and helped with excavation work, including photographing and cataloging finds. Christie died in 1976 at the age of 85, still writing almost to the end. She left behind a body of work that has entertained hundreds of millions of readers and that continues to be adapted for film, television, and stage. Her influence on detective fiction is immeasurable. She established conventions and techniques that define the genre. Agatha Christie's power was cultural rather than political. She didn't make policy or lead movements, but through her enormous popularity and her prolific output, she shaped cultural attitudes and perceptions. Her portrayal of British society, with its implicit assumptions about class, race, and empire, reached a global audience and influenced how people understood Britain and its relationship to the rest of the world. She was part of the cultural machinery of the empire, creating stories that naturalized certain assumptions about British superiority and about the exotic or dangerous nature of non-European peoples and places, even as the empire itself was dissolving around her. These final 7 women, Mary Prince, Nanny of the Maroons, Elizabeth Pease, Harriet Martineau, Mary Wollstonecraft, Dido, Elizabeth Bell, and Agatha Christie, wielded power in ways that challenged, complicated, or reflected the British Empire's moral foundations and cultural assumptions. Some fought directly against slavery and colonialism. Others exposed contradictions or pushed for reforms. One simply existed in a space that challenged racial categories, and one shaped cultural narratives that both reflected and reinforced imperial attitudes. Together with all the women we've encountered in this long journey, they demonstrate the diverse ways that women exercised power within, alongside, and against the British Empire. Some wore crowns and commanded nations. Others managed colonial households or established schools. Some explored unmapped territories or reformed medical care. Others organized petition campaigns or wrote influential books. Some led armed resistance, while others told stories of their suffering. Some shaped borders and governments, while others influenced law or culture. What unites them is that they all found ways to exercise influence and power in a world that systematically denied women authority and agency. They pushed against restrictions, broke barriers, created new roles, and demonstrated capabilities that many believed women didn't possess. They were not all admirable. Many held racist attitudes, supported imperial domination, or advanced policies that caused suffering. Their power was often exercised in service of the empire rather than against it. But they were all powerful in their own ways, and they all left marks on history that we can still trace today. The British Empire shaped the modern world in profound and often destructive ways. It spread the English language and legal systems across the globe. It drew borders that ignored indigenous societies and created lasting conflicts. It enriched Britain through extraction and exploitation of colonial resources and labor. It imposed British cultural norms and destroyed or marginalized indigenous cultures. It created systems of racial hierarchy that persist in various forms. The empire's legacy is deeply problematic, and grappling with that legacy remains essential work. Women's role in the empire is part of that complicated legacy. They were not simply victims of patriarchal oppression. Though they certainly faced gender-based restrictions and discrimination, they were also active participants in the empire, sometimes benefiting from colonial exploitation, sometimes working to make the empire more humane, sometimes resisting it, often doing all these things in complicated combinations. Understanding their stories means understanding the empire as a system that involved women as well as men, that was shaped by gender as well as by race and class, and that provided some women with opportunities for power and influence, even while denying power to many more women and especially to women in colonized societies. As we conclude this exploration, it's worth reflecting on what power meant for these women and what it means to remember them. Power in the context of empire was rarely simple or purely positive. It often came with moral compromises. It frequently involved complicity in oppression, even when exercised with good intentions. Recognizing women's power within an empire doesn't mean celebrating the empire itself or ignoring the suffering it caused. It means understanding empire as a complex system that involved many people in different positions, including women who found ways to exercise agency and influence within profoundly unjust structures. These 30 women, from Elizabeth I to Agatha Christie, from queens to rebels, from reformers to explorers, from abolitionists to cultural icons, all shaped the British Empire and were shaped by it. Their stories reveal both the possibilities and the limitations of women's power in imperial contexts. They show us that women could be remarkably capable, courageous, and influential, but also that capability and courage could be put to both liberating and oppressive purposes. They remind us that history is made by real people making choices in complicated circumstances, not by abstract forces or inevitable processes. As the British Empire dissolved in the 20th century, giving way to the Commonwealth and to independent nations, the legacies of these women persisted in various ways. The institutions some founded continued, the borders some drew remained, the cultural attitudes evolved but didn't disappear. The struggles some began continued under different banners. Understanding their stories helps us understand how we arrived at our present, and what possibilities and problems we inherited from that imperial past. And with that, we come to the end of our journey through 30 powerful women of the British Empire. May their stories, with all their complications and contradictions, help you reflect on power, on gender, on empire, and on the complex ways that history shapes our world. And may you drift into peaceful sleep, carrying with you these stories of remarkable women who, for better or worse, changed the world.